Did you want to check in at all, or?
Sure. Okay, can I start? Oh, you're going to start the broadcast. Give me just 1 second to do the video indexing. Give me just 1 second.
We don't really need a video index. This is the check-in, but yeah.
Okay. So no video indexing today?
Well, no, we definitely need to do video indexing, but we don't have to video index the check-in. It's not really like a topic or a training.
No, I'm just going to take the times to do a proper video indexing.
Okay, but I did that already. I wrote started 12:17 p.m. America's time.
12:17. Okay, yes, we are on it. Okay, so I finally got my beauty sleep. I'm very happy for it. And yesterday I went to have sushi, and it was really nice with my friend. And today I just walked the doggies, and I had a really relaxed morning. It was very, very nice. And I'm ready to start working on all the things that need to be done. And I feel like a 7 today.
Cool.
Check.
All right. I'm doing okay. Definitely a little tired. Yeah. So I'm definitely excited about getting things more organized and moving forward. So I'm right here. I'm ready to work. I'm ready to do what we can, and maybe like a 5.75. Cool. So as far as our desired, how long do we have? Let's do how long we have.
I have all afternoon.
All afternoon. I'm pretty available as well. You know, pretty open. Obviously, want to take a break in like a couple hours for sure.
Of course.
So love to take a break soon, but we. So, all right. So desired outcomes for me. One of the things that I really think is super duper important that we really, really need better context and overall structure, like, and for both goals, priorities, as well as like, you know, decision making, and ownership, all that kind of stuff. I think there's a couple things that are missing still that we need to, like I mentioned, but I don't think they've really sunk in yet. And so I think it'll be good to cover that real quick.
Yes.
And then obviously we just go from there and keep prioritizing, and getting more organized.
Yes.
So does that sound pretty good as far as our desired outcomes? Mm-hmm. So for me, the main thing is, right, obviously the first Atlantic team setup, which you already started doing with the docs and everything. To look at the schedule, etc., etc., etc. So I'm just pulling up my preparation notes. So actually I can get a point for preparing for the meeting.
Okay.
For drama team. But I have to actually find it, right? All right, team setup, scheduling, budgeting. So then we have the budget, and then we have, maybe we should do that first. So structural context, overall structural. But I also want to cover exa liaisoning and personnel support. Cool.
Yes.
All right, that's what I was thinking. What about you? How does that look?
I think, yeah, we have to concentrate on that. I was thinking about that too in Excel listening and the setup for the first Atlantic team.
Yeah. Cool. So shall we go into some of the structural context?
Yeah.
General FQN team structural. So this one we definitely can in the video index. So let's see, we have, take care of it. Let's see, what is the time? It is currently 7 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. So I think the first thing to understand is the idea of the main team session, or just like we need to start really clearly differentiating from work sessions, and like main team sessions. And I don't think people quite understand that differentiation yet. So for example, let's use the Andromeda team. Right, so you have daily Andromeda team, or usually it's double team, right? Double team sessions on on the week, on daily, right? So Monday through Friday, right? And then Thursday is equal to the main Andromeda session. Right?
Yes.
So the overall structure would be, you have the Andromeda super team, right? And this is asynchronous. The Andromeda super team doesn't actually meet. And that's our doc. This is where we have our doc, right? Then the highest level it actually meets is the main Andromeda session, which is the Thursdays, right? Then you have Andromeda double teams, right? And these also are work sessions, etc. And these are defined by the people who are actively there, right? So this would be like, if it's me, you, Jorge, and Isaac, right? It would be like me, you, me, Jorge, Isaac, Nelly, right? So that would be double team. If everybody was there, it would be like, this is an example. Let's say we had double team, Triple J, Ana Clara, Isaac, Nelly. And because James was there, right? So
Yes.
So these are like actual double teams, right? Whereas the Andromeda super team doesn't meet. So each of these should have its own doc. We should be tracking our double team meetings as their own existing phenomena, just like we track buddy teams. So then from there, you have to put these like this. From there, you have buddy teams. Right? An example of buddy team would be buddy team Jay and Nelly. And the important thing to understand about the buddy teams is that we can be a buddy team. Like the buddy teams are actually at the top, and then the individuals are the highest level, right?
Yes.
So the buddy teams can be inside multiple other teams. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool. So this also needs its own doc. It should have its own doc. And I think this is partly where things get a little bit just crazy on these docs. It's like all we have is the Andromeda super team doc, and then we have buddy team docs. Like, but we're not organized as far as like there's no main Andromeda session doc, and this also where it holds. This holds the equity and tokenization. Right. This is the main. It's not even a team. It's like the beginning of like a sub entity. It's kind of like a sub entity. The sub entity. So basically, the bottom line is that these are all tasks, right? The task. This is a task. This is a task. This is a task. We need to do the equity and tokenization. These are all tasks. Anyways, I think this is definitely something we could give to the Sonic team. Might be able to handle it. But anyways, I mean, this definitely needs to happen. So at some point.
Make sure. Okay.
So the other thing that's important about structural context and policies is that, and we need to start getting better context, right? So we need better context and understanding. So the top priority for all workers is general support, help with administrative and executive support, and even like personal virtual assistant support, right? So this is administrative assistant, And personal. So I mean, this has always been like the primary goals, right? Is like general. Everyone's got to help with general support, getting things done in the moment, like moving things forward as we can, and just save times where we can, and just do our best, right?
Yes.
So I think that this is kind of well, I won't go into that, but anyways, the point is that I think what's important is that we really lay out very, very clearly that we have, overall priorities, overall plan, and then you have team priorities, and you have your team plan, and then you have your like individual priorities and individual plans.
I will add that, creating those documents in my tasks.
What documents? These ones?
Yes.
Okay. It's also something like the Sonic team could do, and like it's not really like a one-time thing. It's kind of like an ongoing thing as part of like team support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like a document where we can record all our double teams, like that, right?
No, that's what I'm trying to get across, is that each double team in and of itself is its own team.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's missing. So the most important thing here is this. So if you're gonna, I would just say, if you're gonna do something, do this. This is the most important thing to do.
Okay.
So this is one of the main things that's missing, is that there should be, and I'll explain this really quickly here. So if we go to the Andromeda double team.
Yeah.
And we go to the notes. It doesn't even work. So the notes are looking nice, which is good.
Yes.
So for the Thursdays, let's make these, I don't know, pink or something. Are the main Andromeda sessions.
Okay.
And so it's just not very clear. I mean, it's just a big mess of just so many things, right? So the way that we solve this is that we simply, like, the main Andromeda team is its own independent thing from the super team.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, so the super team is just like everything, it all can bobble together. I mean, it's just not organized, and it's not supposed to be organized. It's the super team, right? And that's why we need to focus into our double teams and our buddy teams. Like, the thing that should be the most organized are our buddy teams and our double teams.
Okay.
So in the level of organization, so let's write this down over here, because the super team is always going to be overwhelming. There's always going to be so much, right? So level of organization. So the most organized is supposed to be, individuals, right? And buddy teams, right? individuals, and you have buddy teams, and then you would do double teams, right? Then you have main teams, main sessions, and then you have main sessions to support teams, and then you have like the super teams. They're a little more disorganized. And they're less organized based on the context that they are just, there's too much going on. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So super teams are just everything. We just throw it all in there. Everyone should know about all this stuff and they'll have access to it, right? But it's like, that's not really the best place to organize all the responsibilities and all everything. You know, I mean, it's just, there's too much, right? So we break it down into the double teams, the buddy teams, the individuals, and then that's where it gets really organized, you know, because like and then the main sessions are helpful as well. So if you think about the main session, our main session notes for the Andromeda main session will have 1, 2, 3, 4, like maybe 5 sessions.
Yes.
You know, so instead of having this laundry list of like, you know, 30 sessions, and those 5 sessions will be very, very important, very elevated, and those 5 sessions will define the equity and the ownership in the Andromeda team, and part of the and how it evolves. So it's very important.
Okay.
Yeah. Coolio. So I think that sort of makes sense. Let's go back to the clarifying. Right. So we have if we look at priorities, we have overall priorities. And then we have team priorities, and then we have individual priorities. And those relate to, you know, the plans. And when I say a plan, I mean like a list of tasks and systems, and responsibilities, and all that kind of stuff. Okay.
Okay.
So let's start with some overall priorities. And let's go ahead and put it here. Overall priorities. So what I have here for current overall priorities is, you know, getting more organized, right? Getting more organized and grounded. And the goal here is to get a lot more high-level work done. We have to do the budgets, man. Budgets, super duper important. So I think
we need to check different budgets. We need to check the Atlantic team budget. Oh, would you have mentioned it? EXA, okay.
No, this is FPN.
Okay.
This is EXA. So yeah, so we need to do all the different budgets. There's also some accounting to be done, accounting for budgeting.
Yes.
So then we have, there's also recruitment, and mainly I was going to be working with Zilu and James on some of that. And then we have so we're doing this now. Training. So we want to getting more organized. This includes understanding priorities and responsibilities. And obviously training is a huge priority. Right? Oops, that's not gonna work. All right, and then so here for EXA, I have this. I have budget proposals, prioritizing budgets and executive proposals for stabilizing everything, and this is client budget proposal, client reporting, and plan update, prioritizing projects and responsibilities, delegating responsibilities. Yeah. So anyways, that's where I would say the priorities are as far as the exit client work.
For EXA, well, we have, the regular, the value tracking and the housing, but I don't know if that's what is going to be a priority.
Well, I think what I'm trying to get across here is that, like, if you go to team priorities, right?
Okay.
So then you have FQN and EXA, right? So with EXA, it would be, you have the value tracking. We've got the
house tracking.
Yeah, the housing support. FQN, we've got organization, team organization, docs, some team budgeting to do as well. Anyways, the point is that the overall priorities might not be the same as the team priorities, right? And then it also might be very different from the priorities for each individual. So I guess the bottom line is the goal. And also looking back at yesterday, it's like we had all these super, super high priorities to get done, but we didn't do any of them. And we couldn't even get started on some of the, other team priorities. So it's just like we need to put into context and understand there could be a lot of high level overall priorities that are super duper duper important that maybe the teams can't even work on. And so the team should be helping me get some of this other stuff done so that we can all move things forward. So anyways, I think it might help, but the worst possibility would be that people are just sucked into overall priorities, and that would be the worst possible thing.
Oh.
So right now we just don't even talk about overall priorities. So if every single meeting we're these are the overall priorities, right? And then here are the team priorities, and these are individual responsibilities, right?
Yes.
We want to get people focused on their individual and team responsibilities so that we can get the overall priorities done. Because the majority of people are not going to be working on the overall priorities. They're too high level, right? So if people are I want to work on an overall high priority, that would mean potentially hours of training.
Yes.
And it's why spend hours and hours of doing training when it's I can do it in 15 minutes?
I think it's better a start from the team priorities, the working teams, and then we will be building to the top.
Well, but every day the priorities change, right? You understand?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So for me, the really what it comes down to is what is the number one priority? What is the number two priority? What is the number three priority? What is the number four priority, right? And then number 5 would be like, the goal would be, okay, we want training to be a higher priority than, everything else. And so when training becomes a higher priority than everything else, then we get to the point where we can go into training people to help with anything, including all the other team priorities.
Yes, I agree.
But as long as training is not a higher priority than getting done like immediate other things, then the goal would be to like
won't be possible.
Yeah, to just like be like, look, we need to wait out on training, and like there's plenty of tasks for people to do with what they know. You don't need to understand like everything about everything in order to like if you don't. Here's 5 tasks. If you don't know about 4 of them and you know about 1 of them, then focus on the one that you know.
Exactly.
And the alternative, of course, is basically like, this is what I try to get across to the, Andromeda team, but I don't think we're quite there, right? So we're at this level where it's like, we have, 5 people in a 2-hour meeting, right?
Yes.
Which equals like, 10 hours of work. And then, it's just like Jay's alone for 10 hours the rest of the day. Right? So it's like, maybe that's not very efficient. That like the other option is obviously just saying, okay, look, like this, we only need like, 2 people today. And tell other people, and then that could actually save us money, right? Which is also a really good thing, right? So, but at the same time, it's not really necessary to do that, especially if everyone has like maxed out, budgets. Like we can't pay them more than the agreed upon amount. So, it's just a matter of like balancing and keeping things organized and doing our best. But that's the other option, is that basically if someone doesn't know how to do something, so if someone doesn't know what to do or how to do it, their options are 1 to, watch training videos, right? And they can do it on their own, right? Which is really cool that we have the training videos. That's also another team priority, is doing and I'm trying to break it down actually into what teams, but it kind of overlaps. So we have like the Sonic team might more help out with that, but it really is all overlaps. So we have the master video index. But I think it's a high enough priority that we need everyone to be working on it. Oh, that's interesting. So here, general team priorities. They were supposed to have started on the spreadsheet of responsibilities last night. I think they might have done it, which is pretty cool. All right. So, anyways, the point is that we have all these general team priorities, and then we've got priorities for each individual team specifically, because each team will be taking on slightly different things. And if we were really organized, we break it down into buddy teams. We're not quite that organized yet. So if someone doesn't know what to do, they can either watch a training video or they can basically like, not work. Like, I mean, I don't know what else we would be able to do there.
Okay.
And I think they can get help from other people in the team as well. Anyways, so I think that's all pretty clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And over time, we'll get more organized and clear about, what are the current priorities for each team? What are the priorities, the overall priorities, and differentiating them. So anyway, so that's good. So let's see what's next on our topics. Any other questions on that?
No questions.
Okay, so the exit liaisoning. I was thinking for the exit liaisoning, like basically we have Isaac already. So, the options, like the first proposal would be, to keep a small number of liaisons in order to be high level professional. So the main reason to reduce the number of liaisons would be for professional purposes. So if everybody just jumps into EXA all at once, it just could be kind of chaotic and crazy, and it doesn't. I don't see a specific reason of how that helps the client per se. So do you agree with this or what?
Yes, because yes.
Okay, so that's a done deal.
We should do that. Yes.
So then the next question would be who. So really our option, we already have Isaac. So we have Jay and Isaac. So Jay, Isaac is like already done. So then we do like someone new, and our new options would be either Nelly, Jorge, or Ana Clara. And the main reason I think why you might be a good person between you and Jorge and Ana Clara is that one, if we had our prioritization rankings set up, I think you have actually contributed more than Jorge and Ana Clara, because Jorge's only available for like an hour or two, like right during our Andromeda sessions, and he doesn't really do much before or after. And you do a lot both before and after, and you're involved in some of the global teams activities. And then Ana Clara, she has, she signs up to do a lot of things, but then she doesn't necessarily follow through with everything. And then also she's very, very busy. And so she's kind of here on and off, like you don't really know when she's going to be there and present. So,
yes. So
I think that you would be the ideal option for, at least in the short term, to do some of the liaisoning.
Okay.
Do you think that sounds good?
Sure.
So are we in agreement on that, or? So basically, the idea is we would choose you as the additional liaison instead of Jorge or Ana Clara.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds good. All right. Proposal: make Nelly the new EXA liaison. And then we'll have 3 of us liaisoning, which is good. So we have an agreement here. So from there, it would be like, so the task is to get Nelly on Slack.
Okay.
Introduce to Vienna and Pede. And then we also want to schedule our meeting. We need to schedule the FQN/EXA meeting.
That will be amazing. And also that will be helpful for house support, I think.
Possibly, yeah.
Yes.
So the main things this would cover would be like, internal operations.
Yes.
You could do some house support. You could also do some, but the house support meetings are already scheduled, right, for 5 p.m. America's time every day.
Okay.
Internal operations, house support, and
license.
Huh?
For licensing. Well, internal operations, yes.
Anyways, there's other things, but there also is the FQN DAO, and like supporting the vision of the work itself, right? Of the digital economy. So we're going to be very, very involved in the actual implementation itself.
Okay.
Because we're going to have our own DAO and our own digital currencies and systems. It's very exciting. All right, so eventually we want to do all this. This is all be part of the EXA liaison. I would almost say that EXA liaisoning should really have its own document.
Okay.
I don't know if we already have it, but we should index this. Like, this is an important thing to index, to keep track of. We'll call EXA liaisoning an umbrella responsibility.
Yes.
There's a lot of things that go into that. So we can add that to the responsibilities. And eventually we're going to need to make a new responsibilities list and everything for the Atlantic team. And remember, the Atlantic team is going to have the most interaction with the
I'm on it.
it'll have the most interaction with EXA. Lots of EXA things happening in the morning. Okay. So any other questions on the EXA liaisoning?
No.
Cool. And then if you create an EXA liaisoning doc, it would get linked into the Andromeda team processes and systems for the client, the EXA processes and systems. You ready to chat more about the Atlantic team here?
Sure.
Okay, here, just give me 1 minute. Did you create an EXA liaisoning doc or not?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Yeah, I'm creating that one.
You are? Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, it's already there.
Okay, I am back.
It's there.
What?
It's there.
Oh, cool. Oh, you made a master responsibilities list as well?
Yes,
Cool.
it's done.
Did you make an EXA liaisoning doc?
No, give me just 1 second.
And you don't have to make it if you don't want to. I'm just curious if you did.
I do want.
And then
I do want to do
what about the Atlantic main doc or the Atlantic super doc? What about that one?
It's already done. Also, it's there in task.
Yeah, I'll put
you will find it. Let me put it there. Give me just 1 second.
Cool, this is good.
Give me just 1 second. It's that one.
Yeah, I see it in here. Very, very cool. Are you ready to keep going, or?
Yes, I'm doing the document for licensing.
Okay, just let me know when you're done.
Sure.
I'm eating an orange because I haven't eaten anything yet today.
Okay, I'm done. Let me share it with you. There you go.
So this particular, like the proposals, technically would go into the decision stock.
Okay.
We don't need that. We just need this here.
Okay.
And we don't even need this either. So all of that.
Oh yeah, I forgot that one. Sorry.
There are other times where we've talked about liaisoning that we could have the next one before. But this would be good. We could add here just basically we have J. And what would say buddy team, right? So the buddy team, J, Isaac, and Nelly.
Yes.
So this technically should be linked to all of our main docs, as well as we should have. I think we actually do have. Let's see. Yeah, Jay, Isaac, Nelly. Like we have a buddy team already. So this is our buddy team doc, right? And so this would link to our buddy team doc.
Okay.
Let me just keep getting more organized.
All right, I'm on it.
Now, for me, in my experience,
Yes.
I get the most work done, the most efficient, the most organized working in buddy teams.
Yes, I think it's
as soon as
better.
you get to like double teams and triple teams and full teams, I mean, like it's good for getting everybody on the same page and collaborating together. But then it's all about breaking up into
but you
buddy
don't get
teams.
work done.
You don't get work done, right? So you break up into the buddy teams as quickly as possible.
Yes.
So that things can move forward, and then partly it's about challenging the buddy teams. It's like nobody's alone. Everybody's working together to try to figure everything out.
Yes.
And you always, if your buddy team can't figure it out, you can talk to another buddy team and ask that buddy team to figure it out with you. And it's just like, it's not really a frustration, but just like an observation in context of, Ana Clara, her perception and the way she talks about things is she talks about as a very like individual player. She likes to be individually in control and individually having all of her tasks and assignments and things like that,
That's what I told Jorge, that I feel that Ana Clara rather is to work alone that in buddy teams, that like maybe she's not get used to work in buddy teams or with someone, but alone.
Yeah, she's basically what do I need to do and how do I get it done, and like irrespective of like how other people are going to get their work done and helping them and supporting each other. So anyways, I don't think she's incapable of working in the team at all, so and I think she also likes and enjoys working in the buddy teams just like everybody else. It's just a change in pace and style. Like it's just a different model of work. So
What
so she's certainly more than capable. So we're gonna keep supporting her as best we can.
what I've learned working in body teams with all of you is that all my doubts get solved by
Nice.
working with everyone in
Yeah.
body teams.
And it's
A
like-
little bit more. For example, when I work with Isaac, a lot of my token doubts get solved because he knows a lot about that. Or when I work with Jorge, we solve a lot of doubts about value tracking or housing. All that. We together come to a solution. So we learn a little bit more and we solve the things together. So I like working in body teams. I haven't worked with Ana Clara, and I don't know why. Perhaps it's like I sometimes feel like she resists to work in body teams.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, overall, she's not very available.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna just do a quick Slack message to the boss, to the Exa boss. Let's see.
And I'm gonna put this document in the main docs. Okay.
Okay.
Documentation. Oh, it's not here. Okay, it's there. Okay, give me just 1 second, okay? I'll be back.
For sure.
Okay, I'm back.
Cool. All right, so so I think we're back into the talking about the Atlantic team. Atlantic team setup, and we're going to want to index.
Okay.
Because it's a lot later now. Where were we again? Oh yeah, you're updating the video index.
Yes.
Is that done?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I was playing around with some buddy teams here. I also want to make sure I'm doing some scheduling with Zulu.
Yeah, that's very important.
So the schedule, I think, is the first thing we want to go over. So the first part of the schedule would be that I think we should move up an hour. So let's see. We go to communitynet.info. We go to calendars. We can start with some. Start with old. Well, actually, that's the old one. All right, so let's get the old half, the new half, and UTC. So with the old half, right? So this would be like Zilu and Abdul and things like that. We're starting at 12 a.m. midnight. 12 midnight on Sunday morning. For us, it's 12 p.m. And for Europe, it is 6 p.m. for Eurafrica. So, I mean, I think we just want to push up 1 hour. I think that might help with like James and Zilu and other people, Abdul, things like that. What do you think?
Push it 1 hour?
And if we also look at the moon time, we can pull up, where is it? Here we go. We can see that the Atlantic triad here, here we go, right here, starts at 4 p.m. UTC. If we go to UTC, it starts 2 hours earlier. So we're doing the second half of the Atlantic session.
Then yes, you can, yeah, put 2 hours, yeah.
Well, I was thinking maybe we just start by just pushing it forward 1 hour.
Okay.
We could make it 3 hours though, or we can just leave it 2 hours. It's fine. It's good to have a break in between. And it seems like it might also be good to invite Zilu.
Okay.
If I have Zilus. No. I wonder if anyone added Zilu to our contact list. That's a good question. All right. So Domina. So we don't have anything else scheduled for the week, but you know, hopefully over time we'll get more buddy teams scheduled and things like that. So, and Anacleta said she was having some trouble figuring out how to schedule a buddy team. Do you know how to do
She
that?
was going to schedule the buddy teams, but I don't know if she's been doing so.
Well, but do you know how to do it yourself?
I don't know how to do it.
So it's pretty easy. You would just go ahead and you know, are you on your account?
Yes.
Are you on the community account?
So I have to go to the community account. I have two accounts. I have the community network and I have the Americas network.
Well, it doesn't matter which one you do, but you should be using the Americas network.
Okay.
Always. You know, just the other one's for global, I think, unless you switched it up. So so yeah, so you just go ahead and go to that, and then go to calendar.google.com.
And that's it. Okay.
Well, there's some other steps, but can you see the? Are you there yet?
Yes.
Can you see all of these meetings, the Andromeda team meetings and stuff?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, you're in. So then you just click on it, and then you add the new team, like buddy team, you know, Nelly and Isaac or whatever, and then you would go to the Unity Gregorian scheduled sessions calendar.
Okay.
And then you can schedule whatever you want. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes. Of course.
And then it'll automatically show up on our website.
Okay. All right.
So everyone can see it. Cool. All right. So that's exciting. So we got the scheduling done. And so, I mean, obviously the main issue with the Atlantic team is simply that I'm not going to be as available, you know, plus there's all the other stuff going on during the week. So that's just, you know, it's different. So are we done with the scheduling? Ready to go on to budgeting?
Yes, please.
Okay. So with the budget, the Andromeda team technically did approve us to have for the Atlantic team $1,000 budget, right? And we cut the Andromeda team budget by $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be like $300 for public accountability members, and then we'd have $700. We already know that within the Andromeda team, there's already, you know, not a lot of money. So one option is basically like, you know, keeping this for Anacleta or you, or I don't know how we're gonna work that out. Like whose budget is gonna switch over to the Atlantic team. Do you have any ideas on oh, I mean, what
we mentioned is that because Ana Clara was moving to Norway, possibly we could move her to the Atlantic team to have her on the Atlantic budget. And also James.
James, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I don't know if I mean, remember it's only for a month at a time, and I don't think she's moving to Norway for a couple more months.
No, she's not moving now.
Yeah, but it definitely could make sense to have Anacleta be part of this budget. And then there's also James as an option as well. So, I mean, basically, in terms of like just overall budgeting, we have one full team budget, right? And this budget includes the global team, it includes the Sonic team, the Andromeda team, and the first Atlantic team. I think you could order it kind of like this, as far as like the order of importance or decision-making power.
Yes.
So we could try to look at the whole full team budget. Actually, there's also one more team. It would be the US, the Rico team. Rico. And the other thing we need to consider is we really do need to hire a local headquarters worker support, like super duper important.
Yes.
And we've been budgeting like 500 for that.
That's something you need to consider, yes, if you need local headquarters support.
Yeah, we got to do that. Without that, it's just, there's no possible way we can do everything that we need to do to support the client.
Yeah.
So, I guess the other thing to note here is that I don't see any way to not have to make very difficult budgetary decisions.
Mm-hmm.
I think that in general, people are supportive of the idea. Like, so this would be like the 70%, 30% split. I think, do you understand the 70%, 30% split?
Not quite yet, no.
So let's take the Sonic team, okay?
Yeah.
So let's look at some examples. So the Sonic team has $1,000, right? I think they actually have $800. Right? So they have $800. Like, we pretty much know they probably will have at least $800, right? But this could go up or down a little bit based on the fact that, you know, the Andromeda and the Atlantic teams would technically be sending some money to them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that would be very nice for them to have more money. So if you do the 70% split and the 30% split, you end up with 560 and 240, I think, something like that. Mm-hmm. So this would be the open public ranking budget, right? And this would be the internal team. Okay.
Okay.
So if you think about it, the Sonic team is going from a basically like a $600 budget and increasing it to a $2,000 budget. Right, so they're proposed. So they originally proposed 600, and now they're proposing 2,000. So the 2,000 budget, we could try to take care of it at the full team budget level and see what we could do. But I just don't see any way around cutting some people, including potentially cutting Abdul. You know, I mean, I love Abdul and all, but it's like, you know, if we can't fit him in the budget, we just can't fit him in the budget. Like, that's just the way it is, you know? Or maybe we keep Abdul and we get rid of everybody else. You know?
Yes.
So that's the option, is like, do we keep 2 people or do we keep just Abdul and get rid of everyone else? So anyways, it'll be up to them to make the decisions. And I think you and Isaac are a provisional buddy team, so you guys would need to approve each other's budgets.
Oh.
Right, that's still in the works. So in the context of, like, let's say you had just the internal team budget, right? You would still potentially have to cut people, but you wouldn't actually reduce any of the budgets. They would stay the same, so you could spend all $800 on the existing team, and you know, and then keep them and basically have a fixed budget, and it doesn't no change, right?
Yes.
So by having this 30% in the open public rankings, this would guarantee, so the 30% guarantees that you are at least giving some accountability and public accountability, right?
Mm-hmm.
Public accountability and, you know, rotating new people in if they are willing to help out for their, you know, help out in general, you know. So otherwise, like, your budget could just stay stuck. Like, the team would just control the budget and stay stuck, and then no one else in the public could get involved ever, you know, because it would just be stuck and they would own it and control it. This 30% guarantees that at least, you know, there's public accountability, and you can rotate in new people and get, like, make sure that you're getting a stable rate based on the public offers, right? So basically, just to break that down, so make sure it's really, really clear, there's 2 rankings now, right? One ranking is the internal team ranking, and this includes, so this is the June and July rankings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's the HR rank score, there's the work time, which is, like, super important. Like, we gotta prioritize this, because otherwise, if we don't prioritize this, we don't do this, then all of the decisions are just gonna be made based on money, right? And then there's the evaluation ranking. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I have been bringing this up probably for, like, since the very beginning, you know, like the second week. So it's been probably about a month. And I probably bring it up like 3 or 4 times a week. And it's still, like, nobody has done anything on it. And it's really simple. I mean, all we have to do is just, like, add up the hours, put people's hours in. You know, we already know all their equity assets. And then we are starting to do the session credits. Done. You know, it's really not that hard of work. It just has to happen. So, and then we can make decisions instead of just, you know, based on the amount of money that people are asking for, base it on actually their contributions and their evaluations, and, like, actually have a little bit more fair way of deciding who's going to stay and who's going to go. Because I really don't see any other, like, unless we bring in more money, it's just, and I think that overall, like, you're asking for a little more money. And it seems like it's possible Isaac might ask for a little bit more money, but I'm not totally sure. We haven't actually talked to him yet.
He already filled out his form.
Yeah.
He told me yesterday.
He filled it out in Bitcoin?
Yes.
So,
I think he did.
Yeah. So I just need to confirm with him that the numbers are correct, and, like, You know, I mean,
I don't know if Bitcoin or US dollars. I mean, I haven't checked his form.
Well, I'm telling you, I did check and he filled it out in Bitcoin, right? So I had to change it all to US dollars, and we just need to double check to make sure all those numbers are right, because they're definitely different than his previous numbers. So yeah. Anyway, so the point is that within the Andromeda team and the Atlantic team and that budget, I think we're going to be okay, you know, but it's still going to be really tight. And then if we're talking about potentially adding James or whatever, you know, there's other questions too. And then there's questions about how much money we want to send to the Sonic team. And so anyways, the public personnel prioritization rankings is totally different than the team one. And this is like anybody in the entire public everyone gets ranked.
Okay.
Based on their budgets. And so, you know, you're able, like Zilu's on the top for both of them. So he basically would fill up that slot in the public ranking, and so therefore it would be part of that budget, you know.
Okay.
But like Kanisha, who is in the Americas, right? She's the top of the Americas right now. She wants to be a certified auditor. I mean, it's like she would be the perfect person to get involved. Wow. So she does accounting and bookkeeping and data entry, right? So I mean, we should be prioritizing trying to get her involved as best as possible. So anyway, so do that make sense? Do you have any questions about it?
No, it's very, very clear.
So do you think we should do anything about it?
I think we should do the budget.
Well, we have the budget all pretty much like prepared. Okay. The question of the budget is not of doing it or not. The question is making the decisions on who's getting cut. Because we're going to have to cut somebody from the Andromeda team budget, and then, you know, put them in the Atlantic team, and then we need to cut people from the Sonic budget because they're asking for 4 times as much money as the team has, you know. And then we need to decide how much money we want to cut from our team to go to the Sonic team budget, you know. So I mean, and this is like, some of it is kind of artificial. I mean, we could just look at the full team budget and just work it out with between everybody, right? But the decision making itself is up to each individual team. You know, like the Andromeda team doesn't have to like cut people from the Andromeda team based on the fact that people in the Andromeda team need to be paid more than the Sonic team, right? As on an individual basis. So then the Sonic team, you know, it shouldn't compete. You know, the Sonic team, the Andromeda team shouldn't be competing against each other, right? So, does that make sense?
Yes, yeah. Completely.
So it's just a matter of like finalizing these budgets and getting the proposals done and just deciding. And I think the number one factor in waiting on this, like, I mean, I'm pretty much ready to vote on it and move it forward, because I feel like if we're going to cut people, they need at least like 2 weeks notice. So we want to do it by the end of the month. And,
yeah, because today is 20.
Yeah. Yeah, so the sooner the better, you know. But the bottom line is like, and we can like let them know, like, look, you don't fit in the Sonic budget, you don't fit in the Andromeda team budget. We're gonna work and see if we can get you into either the Atlantic budget or the full team budget or like a temporary budget, or, you know, but at least giving them a notice that most likely you're not gonna fit, but we're gonna see what we can do, means that, okay, unless we find something else out, you're not gonna be in the budget, right? And then the other side of it is basically like, you know, we can tell the people who we know are going to fit in the budget, you're guaranteed to be in the budget for next month. Right?
Yes.
So we want to start that process as soon as possible. So the number one priority thing here, and let me make sure we go up to the priorities for the team priorities. So this would be the prioritization rankings. Personnel prioritization rankings. Like if nobody wants to do that, the personnel prioritization rankings specifically for the contributions and evaluations, then we just have to make the decision based on money. So let's just
maybe we can do letters or something. I don't know.
Do what?
Do letters for them. I don't know, but yeah, we have to take decisions.
Yeah, but the goal is to just update the rankings.
Yes.
Like it shouldn't be that hard. Like I just like, I mean, do you understand how to do it?
Mm-hmm.
You do understand how to do it?
Yes, because we have to put the session credits, and the hours. That's how we have to do it, right? I mean, yeah, I can do it.
Yeah, and even better, I mean, it's a lot of work, so it's best to get other people involved and train other people and like just do it together, because it's a responsibility. I mean, it needs to be updated regularly. Mm-hmm. So let's make sure it's clear that this is a responsibility. This is very important. Mm-hmm. Anyways, I don't know how to do that, but in the end, it's like if it doesn't happen, then we just make the decision based off of the money and then not worry about it.
Okay, I can do that with Jorge because he's a fast learner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a slow learner, but once I learn the things, I'm good. But he's a fast learner. So perhaps I can show him how to do it on Monday. And we can start working in body teams, perhaps in another time. Besides
sure, I mean,
that,
whenever is fine. Yeah, I mean, whenever is fine. Not doing it is also fine. I'll keep bringing it up to the Sonic team as well. That's something that needs to get done, and hopefully they can help with it too. But yeah, cool.
The situation is that we have to make this in order to make a decision. So.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to. We can just decide based on the money, So it's like, the people who are, you can look at the ranking right here, right? So you can see exactly where you are ranked in comparison to everybody else in terms of the budget.
Yeah.
Right? You're towards the bottom. And we still haven't added your buddy team with Isaac, or your provisional buddy team with Isaac, but we will. And then it's just a matter of, but Ana Clara is lower than you, so that would also make a rationale for her going to the Atlantic team. But at bottom line, it's just like money is just money. I mean, it's just like not the funnest way to make decisions. So, but if that's the way we do it, we have the ranking hall here. It would basically mean that me and Isaac why is Jorge missing? Jorge, and Isaac would decide basically between Nelly and Clara. But remember, there's also the buddy teams.
Yeah.
Really the ideal would be, we would need to split up the provisional buddy teams and make that work. Mm-hmm. So we might do, like, for example, if it was going to be you and Jorge and Isaac in the Andromeda budget, right? That would be a single buddy team.
Yes.
And then the buddy team, Isaac and Jorge and Anacleta would be split up. The provisional buddy team would be split up, and Jorge would not approve Anacleta's budget, right? And then that would then go to, maybe both of them would go there. Anyways, it's a process, and we just need to find out the best way to fit it all together. And anyways, let's not worry about it for now. So, do you understand? You have any other questions on it?
I don't have questions. I'm just worried.
Worried? What are you worried about?
Yeah, I'm at the bottom.
Oh, you're worried because you're at the bottom.
Yeah.
Well, you're not actually at the bottom. Anacleta's at the bottom.
Well, I'm very, very close.
I wanted to, yeah, but that's why I think it's important to do the work time contributions and the evaluation, because it's like you're doing a lot of work, that justifies your involvement and why you should be getting paid more and things like that. The other thing here is to do provisional buddy team, Isaac and Nelly, right? I think it's you guys.
Yes.
So this is another thing that we need to start doing more too, is just updating the original buddy teams into the rankings. So this would be 13 plus 7, $20. This also can just be you could easily be helping with this. I'm just adding up you and Isaac.
Okay.
You see what I'm doing?
Mm-hmm.
Did you wanna help, or
Sure.
should we do something else?
I'm on it. Is the personal prioritization. Okay, I'm on it.
We're gonna need to do this again because Isaac is changing his rates, so we need to check in with him. But
okay. I'm doing that one.
Cool. I'll do the next one.
Okay.
Although that's just an addition, like you could just like you can just drag it down. You can just drag it down because it's just adding them. 539. Is it possible that would be 539? Here, just drag it down. It's 1,077. All right, that's it. We're done. It's done.
Okay.
So according to the sheet, it ranks you and Isaac lower than Ana Clara and Jorge. I think primarily because of Jorge.
Mm-hmm.
But you're ranked above Ulysses and Abdul. Funny.
Wow. We are lower than Ulysses and Abdul. I mean, we are higher. I mean, well, they are. They're. I cannot believe they are more expensive than us.
But it's not about being more expensive. It's much more. It's a much more complicated process than that. I mean, you can see exactly who's more expensive, right? So you could say Ana Clara. Right, so we go to the lowest agreed upon monthly rate. Ana Clara and Jorge, $800. You and Isaac are $1,066. And Ulysses and Abdul is $525, but this is wrong. It's not updated yet. So Ulysses and Abdul both changed their amounts. So they're probably going to be going down. So Abdul is now 700. Right, so Abdul is 700 and Ulysses is 250, which is 950. So this is $950. So we haven't finished doing that, but it's certainly. And I think they're also changing their actual number of hours. So if you do, so before it was 30, and now it might be more. So 15, and Abdul is 30, so it'd be 45. But they're still like at the bottom. But anyways, the direction we're going with budgeting is that, you know, provisional buddy teams and specifically main buddy teams, as we get into main buddy teams, would be what gets approved in the budget.
Okay.
You know, that we don't approve individuals, we approve
Buddy teams.
Provisional and main buddy teams.
Okay.
And that's there's a whole bunch of reasons to do that, but primarily it's that, you know, we want people to be working in teams and supporting each other. And it also creates a whole other level of check and balance. You know, it's like if you can't even get one other person to agree to your proposal, right, for your payment, then that's a problem, right? It's like the team shouldn't have to deal with your proposal if you can't even get one other person to agree to it. So your job is to get Isaac to agree. So you guys need to agree to each other's proposals.
Okay.
And then propose. You guys are basically making a joint proposal, or you can create a main buddy team with anyone else. I mean, you don't have to be a buddy with Isaac.
Okay.
But that was our provisional, just like to get something set up for the budget. All right. Anyways, let's move on to maybe taking a break, and then I was going to get into the client project prioritization and focus on exit.
Okay.
Priorities.
What time shall we meet?
Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna take a break for a while, get some food, and yeah.
What? For how long is going to be the break?
I don't know. Maybe like 20 minutes or something. Half hour.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Okay. I might as well stop the. I'll just keep the video going. All right. I'll talk to you
Oh, by
soon.
the way, my brother is in San Francisco.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he's taking plane to Hong Kong, so I was like, oh, you should visit my boss.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, but he was just staying in the airport to take the other flight.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, totally. A little layover action. All right. Well, I will talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Bye. Hello, Jay.
Hey. How's it going?
Okay. Oh, good.
I just need another few minutos, but things are going good.
Okay.
But I got some food, which was good.
Okay. Let me check. Oh, you journal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I just started doing this. This is just for all, like, you know.
I want to do that because they say that that's like the best exercise ever.
I like to sleep for 8 hours. Cool. All right, so we already have the video going. So now we just need to index again here. I think we should just spend a few more minutes on the prioritizations. Let me make sure, like, this is Friday notes. Not for today. Yeah, these right here.
Did we continue the recording? We stopped the recording, right?
No, I just continued it.
Okay. It's just that I stopped the clock. I don't know what time is it anymore.
Well, we have the start time.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're good. We'd be good. But technically this isn't the Atlantic session, so, but let's just use the same notes because I don't see any need to like get new notes or whatever. Since it's our buddy team, we can note here that is now America's session. Ooh, yeah. Very cool. So really quickly on the prioritization, I think the best way to understand this is that we really need to start using, wow. We need to start using the full team doc more. So
Okay.
the full team doc should include the overall priorities. I think this is what be the home, the overall priorities. And over time, we'll just have to figure out how best to organize the priorities and everything. But I think overall, they just change. So let's see. So we have our overall priorities. Voila. All right, so those would be our overall priorities. And then within the Atlantic team, we would have our team priorities.
Mm-hmm.
I think we just had this with to acknowledge overall priorities and make sure team priorities don't get in
Yes.
the way of overall priorities. Well, and I think that basically will help us keep organized at the level, at the broader, bigger level, because we don't want to be consumed in just what we know. That can be very, very. All right. So, and obviously this.
So we need to create a decisions doc, right?
Yeah, we had some decisions today. So the
no, but still we need to create a decisions doc.
Yeah, and then we would put our decisions from today into the decisions doc.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm on it.
Cool. Yeah, and over time, the Atlantic team will have decisions that it's making. So we want to track those. Okay.
Okay, it's done. I'm just going to share it with you and everyone. Share. Share. Americas. Okay, send. Owner. Okay. All right. Now it's done, and I'm going to share it with you. Okay, the decision stock is ready. Dun, dun, dun. Let me add it. Ready. I don't know why it's green. Okay, done.
What is that noise?
I'm so sorry. It's have you ever watched Dragon Ball?
No.
No? You don't like anime?
I like anime.
The noise is that I receive a message, but the noise is from that anime.
Interesting.
Do you know? Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. All right. So
Yeah, I'm like people who like anime are called otaku. It's a Japanese word for people who like anime. So I'm like kind of a otaku girl.
nice. I want to check something real quick here. I want to check James's personnel profile real quick.
Okay.
So James for June. So this is May, June, which is approved. 150 approved. And then June, July is 350. So it's important to note he is more than doubling his rate. So I don't think we have that yet. Let's make sure we add that real quick.
Okay.
So this will be James. Currently, he is at here we go, 150, and he wants to go up to 350. And that would substantially lower his ranking. So it's good to note that he is doing that because it just I didn't have that down yet.
Okay.
And let's also look at his public ranking as well. Let's see if we have him in here. James Bond. I love it.
James Bond?
There's a James Bond in here. It's very silly. I feel like he used to be in here. Did I delete him? Let's see if we took him. Yes. No. Yeah, this is him right here. So let's bring him back in. All right. So his ideal monthly is obviously 350. Ideal hourly pay rate is $6. And his ideal time is So it said 300 for 350. Maybe he wants to do full time for 350. So more than double, but it would go to full time. Do you see whether it's clear on his
Full time for 350?
Oh yeah, it is full time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this needs to get deleted. So it's 350 for full time. Okay, so that would make it substantially better ranking. So
yeah, a big change.
There we go. All right, there you go. So he's still like in second place. Okay.
Wow, he goes up.
Well, he went back to where he was before. I just calculated wrong because it was full time now. That's why we double and triple and check everything because if I hadn't checked on the public one, I wouldn't have noticed. So his lowest time, he's asking for $30 for 350. So he basically wants his main rate, $6 an hour for everything else. Oops. And then this will rank him on the public rankings. Now let's make him green first. So we're going to make him green because he's hired, right? He's part of the current team.
Mm-hmm.
And then additionally, he's going to be part of your Africa. Your Africa. And we're going to make your Africa, I don't know, blue. And then we'll be able to keep track of them after we organize it. So yeah, so James is right there. So he could be the highest ranked person in your Africa currently. But we need to go through all of this. So we have Australia. This is all pretty much Australia. It needs to be updated. Australia. This is your Africa here. Your Africa.
Hatem, I have never heard of him. I don't know him.
Again, this is the public rankings and not the current team. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. So yeah, there's still a lot of work to be done here to get it all organized, but at least it's starting. All right. Okay, so that's all done. So let's go back into where we were before, which is we're going to start jumping into either personal prioritization is good minus, the contributions and other stuff, right? So that's good. So then we're going to go to client project prioritization.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and just to remind you, like every time if we do cut someone from the budget, right?
Yes.
What happens is that they basically, can they can change their proposal,
Yes.
right, for the next month, and then they would have to take a month off. But then
Can we just discuss with them if they're willing to change their proposal?
Well, that's the whole idea, is that we're discussing with them to change their proposal, but the only changes we can do are minor changes related to, like, the number of hours they work versus the amount that they're getting paid. So as long as it's in proportion
Mm-hmm.
to the hours and their amount, then we can do that, but we wouldn't be able to change their actual rate itself.
Yes.
Right. So, but it would still be minor. It would need to be within a certain range to just kind of fit them into the budget or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, the idea is that the budgetary process should be very organized and clear and simple, and it shouldn't be like a big negotiation, like who's going to cut this and who's going to cut that. It's like, if you don't fit in the budget, you don't fit in the budget, and like it shouldn't be like, we shouldn't be asking people to ask for less money than what they need. I mean, we're asking people to tell us the lowest amount they can possibly do, and if we can't meet that, then we shouldn't be begging them to take for less than that. We should encourage them to empower themselves to get that money wherever they need to go.
Okay.
So if someone could do for less money, then they should have offered it as their proposal. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. And then obviously once we have a bigger budget and we're able to be stabilized and we are getting everything done, right, then we can start increasing people's budgets directly up to their ideal. So the ideal budget is like we can always increase people's budgets to the ideal budget. That's perfectly fine, because that's what people are asking for. But first we need to get everything done and be stable and have like a stable budget, stable income and everything before we do that. All right, so I think we are good to go here. Client project prioritization. So my goal here for the client project prioritization and getting all the priorities set up is, like, we've been talking about doing this for, like, we've been doing like little by little for the week, and like we've been talking about it for over a week.
Yes.
And it would be nice just to get it done.
Please.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yes, because we have been delaying this like the whole week.
Yeah. So that's my goal right now, is just to like power through this until it's like all done. So the thing we know that we need is we need the internal plan, because that's where we've been doing it. I guess we also need the front end plan as well.
Ready. Let me be there where you are, okay? Okay. Okay. I'm there.
Cool. So the first thing we look at, like the number one thing that we're trying to do is get all the projects listed and then clearly indicate the priority of each of the projects. And then we're going to start, making sure we know who's responsible for what projects and organize at a project level, because there's too many responsibilities, right? That's the overall goal that we've been doing for this like week and a half, right? So we're really close to getting that done. We've already gone through, a bunch of them. We have probably like 10 more to go. Okay, so this is like super duper important, is to prioritize all of these projects. And then this will then we'll be able to basically, like, and Anna Claire's been saying that she wants to see the overall picture, and this will help us. It'll be like, here are the projects, that's all we need to know to organize everything, and it's all organized into the projects. It'll be very exciting. I can't wait. The most important project of all is EXA support. And this is our internal project, right?
Yes.
So the reason why we prioritize projects is we prioritize them based on, whether or not our client is going to pay us for them. And EXA support, like the actual support that we do for them, is the highest level, because if we don't do all of this, like the organizing and the prioritization and the billing and all of that client support stuff, then we don't get paid at all. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this has to be the top priority of all the priorities. Okay. So let's go down to HR personnel network intake. That's where we're at. So we want to open up the front end plan. And here's HR. So we're going to do more begin automated pre-onboard and intake system using the forms.
Okay.
That's a good idea. All right. So generally speaking, so this is the organization is the Mo, right? So this organization here is actually FQN Community Network. The org. All right. So this gets to be pink. And we haven't fully gone through this one. I mean, we need to come back to this. And let's actually put it at the top as well, since it's the top priority of all. It's the only organization that's within us, as all the other ones are all EXA.
Yes.
So HR personnel is going to be EXA. It's actually EXA network and Mo. Nice. Hmm. So I guess we could call it worker intake.
Hmm?
You think that's a good name?
Worker intake, yes, because it's the yes.
Oh, I think it might be Steve. Hello?
Okay, what's up?
Hey, Steve. It's me and Nelly are here.
Hey.
Hey, hell.
Nice.
So yeah, I've been I had to take an emergency flight down to the Philippines for 6 days.
Wow.
One of the kids got really sick with a high fever, and the local hospital couldn't handle him to go to the regional medical center. Of course, nobody had, and I really didn't have either, but I put it on my credit card. You know, to get first kid, I mean, it's running 102 fever for like 4 days, and infection throughout the system, and nobody knows. I mean, the antibiotics weren't working. Turned out, it was a little more complicated than that. He got bitten by something and went into his blood, and so he's all right though. He's home and weak, and he lost 20 pounds, and he was underweight to begin with, but he's okay. So and where they are in Mumbai, there's no Wi-Fi, so there's no signal for me to call with.
Wow.
So yeah. I mean, they have no hotspot, but nobody had money to pay for it. So I paid for like 4 months of hotspot. It cost me like get them a hotspot for 4 months from US. So I got them that way. I can, it's easier for us to talk to them, and they don't have to wait until they go into town and they get to a mall or something where there's Wi-Fi for us to talk to them. So now, she can talk to them, I can talk to them, but it had me out of contact for a little while. So what's been going on?
Well, me and Nelly are just here working on some of the client prioritization and organizing all of the different projects and everything. And we're glad to hear from you. It's been a while. Do you want to say hi, Nelly?
Between me being sick,
Hi.
well, then we have to down. Hi, Mel.
This is Nelly.
I'm Nelly.
Oh, Nelly. Hi, Nelly. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Now that my future children are all healthy, I'm engaged, and my family has 4 kids in the Philippines. And
good.
Now that everybody's healthy, I'm feeling a little better. I worry about them. There's not a lot of good medical care there. But everyone's well, and I'm home for the next at least 2 months, and where am I going to go?
Wow. So you're back in New York today?
Yeah, I'm back in Brooklyn. I got back yesterday morning I landed about 8:30. I couldn't do was crying babies on the train. Couldn't get any sleep, so that's why I didn't call in last night. I had to set my alarm to wake up to call you. A message just to tell you I couldn't make it home because I was out like a light. And I slept through the night. Got up and went to temple today, and I feel like I'm normal again. I'll get another good night's sleep tonight, and I'll be back to 100%.
Wow. Well,
it's been a busy couple of weeks.
I've been doing pretty good. I've been pretty busy, and it's been a lot. But I've been, trying to take care of myself. How about you, Nelly? You want to check into Steve? Tell Steve how you've been doing.
Everything's been okay. A little bit tired, a lot of work, but okay. Yes. I'm happy. My brother is traveling to Hong Kong, so I'm very nervous.
My fiance lives in Hong Kong. That's fine. My fiance lives in Hong Kong. I was there at the end of January for the Chinese New Year.
Okay.
Nice place. Hong Kong's pretty safe. It's a nice place.
Nice place. Yes. I know he's going to have fun, but still, because it's a 14-hour flight, so I'm a little bit nervous about that.
Tell me, man. For me, when I go, it's a 25-hour flight. It takes me 25 hours to get to Hong Kong. But it's, once it gets there, Hong Kong gets really nice. The weather's really nice now. The rainy season's over, pretty much.
Oh, so nice to hear that, because I know then he's going to enjoy it.
Yeah, it was like 90 degrees and sunny yesterday. And when I spoke to her yesterday afternoon, it was beautiful. And they were forecasting good weather for the entire next week or so. So he should have nice weather, and it's a nice place.
Oh, great. Nice to hear that. And about the food, I don't know what he's going to eat, but because people say that the food is a little bit strong for the stomach, but I don't know.
Well, it depends where you go in Hong Kong. I mean, if you go into Central or into the mid levels, like where I stayed last time, it's a lot of expatriate, a lot of American and European restaurants. If you're in like Chinwan or on the outside, then you get a lot of food from Jakarta and from Indonesia and all that area. But there's restaurants, there's McDonald's and Pizza Hut on almost every block.
Yeah, that's what I told him, to go only to McDonald's.
There's a ton of McDonald's all over. There's Pizza Hut. Kentucky Fried Chicken's probably the biggest chain in the country, because they love Kentucky Fried Chicken. So yeah, there's plenty. If you want to eat, just if you don't think it's anything out of the ordinary, and you can always eat in a fast food restaurant.
Good.
Yeah, he'll have food.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I told him not to go to the markets or anything not to eat there. Go there, but not eat there.
Some of the markets are really scary and how.
Mm-hmm.
I've been there numerous times, and my fiance will go to the market to buy chicken and stuff. I'm like, can we go to the supermarket, please, honey? I don't want those chickens. Leave it. I'll pay more money in the supermarket. I can do a refrigerator. It's not sitting on a box. If we want fish, we want chicken, let's go to the supermarket. There's plenty of supermarkets around. But, there are supermarkets where you can get all kinds of food. Every mall, there's malls everywhere, and every mall has at least a small supermarket in it. So this, I don't know if we're staying with us cooking facilities. I do Airbnb when I go, so I have cooking facilities, but there's plenty of food there.
Yes.
It's nice. How old are you, brother?
He is. How old is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is 34. He just turned 34 in April.
He'll fit in perfectly. In Central, it's all Europeans and people from the Middle East and people from America, and there's clubs and there's pizzerias if he wants to eat, and there's Italian restaurants, and I know what area he's going to be in already from his age. He'll have a great time. He'll have a great time.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, he's going alone.
Thank you so much. He really needs to have a good time.
Yeah.
Very well. How long is your brother going to be in Hong Kong?
He's only going to be 8 days.
8 days.
That's Hong Kong isn't that big, so he's not looking to go to Disneyland or stuff like that probably. So in 8 days you can do a little touristy stuff, some of the museums, and go to Macau and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Macau, I love it's all clubs and casinos. Macau.
His friend lives there, so she will take him to, I don't know, everywhere, I hope.
Yeah. And if he has a friend who lives there, then he'll definitely have a great time. So when I go, my fiance lives there, so I didn't have to discover everything. She said, we're going here, we're going here, we're going here, we're going here. And the first time I went, we had a blast. I was there 11 days the first time I went. We had a blast.
Oh, that's great news to hear, because then I know that he will have a blast too.
Yeah, he'll have a good time.
Very cool.
And your brother's not that much younger than my fiance. My fiance's 37, so they would probably do the same type of thing. I'm the old man. I'm 56, and with a 37-year-old fiance. So, listen, we're happy. That's all that matters.
Yes.
Willie, she'll be in New York in 2 months, 2.5 months.
Very cool. So, as far as moving things forward, Steve, I would say the most important thing is to get you into our HR and personnel system.
Okay. Didn't we do part of that recently?
Yes, but we never really finalized everything. We just kind of started.
Okay.
So I also want to invite you to our notes right now. So one component of that is basically we have this new form that's kind of like the initial intake form. So this is initial intake form, and this is a
Let
good
me
one to get
add
started.
him that he check in.
Oh yeah, well he more than checked in. He's joining us.
Yeah.
So you can add what time he got here around 3. He was at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
America's time.
Mhm.
All right. So
3 o'clock your time, 5 o'clock my time, or whatever.
yeah, well we do for all of our scheduling for the Americas, we use America's time. It's UTC -6, which is
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
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 and I think it's during daylight savings time. It's 2 hours off from you, and then otherwise, or maybe it's just 1 hour. I don't know. Cannot remember. Anyways, you can also do this one if you want to. It's not a huge deal, but I know we have a personnel file started with you. This is optional.
Yeah.
Now.
But if you put it up, I'll fill it out later on this evening. I'm not going to do it now, but I'll do it soon. I have a little way. I have another 15, 20 minutes I can hang on. I just wanted to call in because I will start calling in every day for at least, I don't know if I can call into the full 2-hour call, but they do have a little work factor. But I can call into at least an hour a day.
Cool.
Because Saturdays I go to temple, and there's something going on in my temple early tonight, so I got to run over there. But I'm not leaving yet. I'm here for a while. So.
Okay. So I mean, generally speaking, our budget process would be getting ready for the next month's budget, which would be in the mid-June. So we certainly can work something out earlier in terms of if you have some needs to be met, we can do something. But the best thing to do is just fill out the form. We can work it out, add it to the budget, get you all finalized, and have really clear exactly.
Yeah, I'll know. If you send it to me, if you send me the fillable form, I'll fill it out tonight.
Cool. Awesome. All right. So we'll keep
I'll
doing
fill it
that.
out tonight. That's not a big deal.
Yes. Awesome. So let's make sure it's that we prioritize this.
You sent it to 10852, right?
Yeah, let me send it right now.
Where are we? 10852 inbox. Did I lose you?
No, we're also here.
Okay. It got quiet for a minute. I figured that out. Where do I live? Okay. ideal monthly rate? We've been through this before, haven't we?
Yeah, we just want to make sure everybody's in that particular form. I'm also thinking about potentially updating it a little bit, you know, where it's like obviously you are willing to work a little bit even if we can't pay you, you know. So it's more.
I've been doing that. How long, Jay? You know that without. You know me well enough to know that without a question.
I know, totally.
I mean, you know, ideally, I'd love to work 30+ hours and get paid for all of them.
Exactly.
Ideally, I mean, that's the ideal situation. I mean,
exactly.
You know, and not have to worry about another job. I mean, that's the ideal situation. You know, and so when it comes to like Gary, how much would you love to work? Of course, that's why I'm putting down. But you know, realistically, I'll do whatever I have to do for pay, without pay. I'd like to get paid for some of it, you know. But you know, I've always been willing to volunteer my time and services. That's
Cool.
something you don't know.
Awesome.
We've been working together long enough. That you know that without even put down. You know that without even questioning it. I mean.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Cool. So I think we're good here. So let's what do we want to accomplish here? I mean, basically, we could continue with the work me and Nelly were doing, where we were going through the client prioritization for EXA for our client.
Okay.
And then from there, we basically, you know, can figure out how we want to move forward. Do you want to do that, or do you want to hear more about our client stuff? Do you have any other questions or concerns you want to address, Steve, or should we just, what do you think we should do? How long do you have, Steve? Right now?
For me, I have at least only half an hour.
You have a half hour? So yeah, it's definitely. So it's definitely up to you to decide. And then how are you doing on time, Nelly?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I can be here.
All right. So Steve has 30 minutes. So Steve, I mean, you know, we could talk about the bigger picture a little bit and get you updated on everything, but we can also just like talk to you about some of our priorities with our client and just continue on that, since that's our overall top priority, if that sounds good.
Well, you know, I know about that time. You know, I've been doing, you know, I said we've been doing this for a while. So if you want to update what's going on with EXA priorities for EXA, that's fine. I mean, you know. Whatever you need to do.
Okay, well, yeah, let's just continue it unless we have a specific other thing we want to work on. The only other thing I would update you on, the only thing I'll update you on overall is just our current situation. So let's just do a quick situation update for situation update for Steve, and then we'll get back into the EXA client priorities. So basically, the main things to understand is that you know, we have about a you know, maybe a $5,000 budget. It was our expectation for the next month. And you know, our whole model is that everyone gets to ask for how much they want to get paid. And we have 3 teams now. There's the Andromeda team, which is part of the Americas. We have the Sonic team, which is part of the Oceania. And then we've got the new
Atlantic team.
Yeah, the first Atlantic team. And basically, you know, especially with the Sonic team, they're asking for about 3 to 4 times more than we have budgeted, like a budget for. So, you know, we're definitely looking towards a high probability of having to, you know, make tough decisions of who we're going to cut from the budget.
Okay.
And see what we can do to work that out. From there, we so that's the budgeting kind of thing. So we're working on that. early on in terms of how we're going to deal with all the budgets. From there, we have the 3 teams, which is pretty exciting. Daily activities going on. It's a lot is going on. And yeah, we've been getting a lot of tasks done with EXA. We kind of pushed back some of our timeline a few weeks because we have the space to do that. Plus, we are getting all the most important things done. So it just seemed better than just trying to push ourselves too hard. And that's gone over well. And right now we're kind of in the process of prioritizing everything, redoing our proposal budget. We have way too much to do than we're getting paid for. So we're kind of trying to cut out whatever we don't need to do and sort of repropose that and also work on the budgets so that we can actually get paid more based on our needs. And then from there, yeah, I mean, we haven't really been doing much else besides focusing on EXA. There are definitely other projects that are going on.
Did you ever hear back from what's his name about the email he sent that I responded to him about the social media and all that stuff? Did you ever get in contact with him again?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a bit, but there's no real budget for that, and like they're not really organized, and I don't know. I mean, we could try to push it. Well, no, it's mainly that they spent all of their money on Greenstone.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's just not a lot of money left in the communications budget for EXA. So anyway, hopefully we can fix that over time, but yeah. We'll see what we can do. Cool. So that's more or less the update. Do you have any other questions in terms of, or do you have anything to add, Nelly?
No. Thing is, I'm updating the Atlantic team. Setting up the Atlantic team.
Yeah, the Atlantic team is the newest team for sure.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really it's not very active. We just have the Saturday meeting. And then our Wednesdays are going to get a little bit more active, which is exciting. Our community Wednesdays, people seem interested in the community Wednesdays, which is cool. So definitely, we definitely want to continue to connect in. Wednesdays is the second most important day. And then next week, in terms of the schedule.
Wednesdays is our original meeting, so I'll always be on the Wednesday meeting. I wasn't here this week, but I'll be on the Wednesday meeting every week, no problem.
Nice.
That's in my calendar with my schedule for that meeting, so.
Cool.
And it always has been, so. Because that's where we started at, that meeting is Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Yeah. So
those two are the problem.
So next week we have the new moon session. There's a new moon on Thursday at 1 p.m. America's time, which is pretty cool. And then the week after that, there's the full moon session. And then right after that is the Venus session, which will be really exciting. And we have to delete that there's no Andromeda session during the Venus session. So let's update that real quick while we're at it. So this would be full moon, Venus session, Andromeda session, delete. Only this is all right, so there we have the Venus session instead of the Andromeda session. And that's Monday, the 12th of May for the Venus session. And we do want to start doing some prioritizing on that. Like we don't want to forget that. We gotta remember that. I don't know if it's a task, but more of a responsibility. So responsibilities. Yeah, over time, Nelly, I definitely want to do our best to be able to, in the meeting while we're going through things, to be able to say things like, we need to add a team responsibility for the Venus session outreach.
Okay.
and just be able to take care of it because it's just yeah. All right, so
I mean, if you have an email list, I'll get it out. You know, as far as getting the stuff out to people. If you have an email list, I can go on social. I have enough email accounts. I can get it all out. That's not a problem.
nice. So that could be something like updating. Yeah.
So if you want it, I mean.
Yeah, so we should definitely talk about that in your role and helping with the communications and the outreach. And then also, there are definitely other responsibilities that you could be taking on. And we might even want to schedule a communications meeting, right? Might want to schedule a communications meeting. Like a topic meeting, that would be pretty cool, you know?
We can do it Friday night when we normally have that other meeting, our work session.
Yeah. So it could change.
Or we can do it Wednesday. Or Wednesday after the regular meeting, we can talk whatever you want to do.
Cool.
Friday nights I'm home. It's the Sabbath. I'm home when you call Friday nights and I go out. So.
Well, yeah, I kind of like the idea of evolving our Friday night session to like not just session 4. All those sessions.
Oh, that could be good. That could be good. Friday night sessions.
Yeah, it's actually during the. Oops. Today. It's during the Sonic team.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here, that's right here. This is it. So this might need to be organized a little better. Some of this communication session support.
We can add that to the topic master list.
Yeah, definitely. That'd be great.
Yeah.
We should talk more about communications and session support.
Exactly.
And outreach.
And as far as social media outreach and communications, you know where my skills lie in that. Because we've done it before. So, and that's why I said I'll do communications. Of course, doing social media outreach and stuff like that is not a problem for me, as we know very well. We've been doing this a little while before your time, Nelly. We were doing another organization, and I did a lot of social media outreach, maybe a couple of hundred tweets a week.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nelly, aren't you somewhat involved? Nelly, didn't you say that you're involved in like social media outreach and communications as well?
Yes.
Yeah, you do. She does that too. Yeah, cool. So yeah, I mean, at this point in time, like we're for our overall priorities, it's not a top priority because we have a couple other things that are super duper important.
Yes.
But it's definitely a team priority. So we'll get the team working on that and getting people collaborating together.
And what about fundraising? For the
investor relations is definitely an overall priority for sure, and fundraising for sure.
I did do a little research before everything started happening.
So let's add that to the full team doc. We can add investor relations here.
I mean, it's not perhaps a high priority, but it could be a priority.
Well, it's not an overall priority, no. It's just not.
Okay.
We have way too many other priorities to me to worry about. But the team we can put it as part of the team priorities as needed. All right, so that looks really good. Let's update this. All right. Okay, cool. So I think that was really good to check in and get that all organized. So where are we at now? So yeah, so I think we have a plan for you, Steve. We have a plan for communications. We're gonna be working with some email list updates. This is like databasing, contact databasing.
Okay, how much do you need want to get paid for snap when you keep it spelled out? That one's done.
Okay, good. Awesome. All right, so let's get back into our discussion on. Me and Nelly were talking about we're doing worker intake.
Okay.
So there's a couple things here related to, so worker intake would be the project. And I think it's a principal project. And this is for our clients, it's kind of like HR personnel. So we do, so there's one responsibility, which is, and this would be an umbrella. Well, maybe there is something that umbrellas this. Because basically you have the, HR personnel intake for core team. And then there's the, hey, let me invite you to this doc as well. Here, Steve, so that you can see what we're doing if you're in front of the computer. But this is our internal plan for our client. So just the network contribution intake. And the other thing that's related to this is monetary. It's basically like echo not intake for like maybe US dollars, or maybe not, maybe it's general echo not intake. These are investor intakes. And this would be part of project treasurer. That's the responsibility, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have two very, very different types of intake, and so it would be good to umbrella this somehow. Maybe it's just general intake.
Maybe that core team personal intake should go to the core team doc.
Well, we're not core team doc. I mean, yeah, everything is organized by core team and everything, but we're just organizing it internally so we have it clear what the projects are.
Okay.
So there's general intake, and then there's worker intake, and then there's this treasurer, which would be part of, this would be an umbrella project. I think the treasurer is a project. Isn't it a project? Isn't being a treasurer a project?
It should be.
Well, we can check. Let's just check, double check, triple check, quadruple check, everything. Are you on the docket with me, Nelly?
I cannot hear you very well.
Are you on the docket with me?
Yes, I'm here with you.
I thought we did finance. So we seem to have it missing. So this is a new one that we did. So I think we would find this in the global team. We did it with the global team. So let's see, they go here, and they go to global team.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because we did it.
But it doesn't link to our new one. So there's the umbrella accounting and finance doc. So that's not going to help us too much. Now let's try Andromeda. Finance project doc. Very, very sad that people don't link these things. I asked them to. It was even on the task list. So umbrella. Okay. All right, well, we're just going to have to look through meeting notes then, since it wasn't linked properly.
It's not there?
No, I can't find it. I'm going to try Wednesday. Well, maybe Thursday. Okay. All right, this is looking good. Good. Here we go. This is it.
Oh, okay.
All right. So then we go back to the internal plan and we add finance. So this is the housing support.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is the finance. So there's a lot for finance, and finance has one umbrella project, right?
Yes.
And then it has principal projects, 1, 2, 3,
1, 2, 3, 4.
principal projects, plus there's a sub project of the payroll.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot. And then you can see here that this treasurer position actually overlaps. So the economic intake overlaps with the treasurer position.
Our investor intake, okay.
Yeah. So it's really good. Like once we organize this, it'll be a lot easier to organize it all based on project, you know, so that we can have it much better laid out.
Mm-hmm.
So general intake, worker intake. So I think this is pretty straightforward. Obviously, there's here we have 2 people. So there's Alex and David, maybe. David, and then here there's Mark. And so Nelly, you can definitely help with this, with these processes and making sure that we're scheduling with them and getting them intake in, like getting the intake in.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I can't hear well. What do you need from me?
Hey, Steve, do you think you could mute while you're not talking? It's *6.
Yeah, I got it off. I turned off the background noise.
Okay, cool.
I'm actually filling out your application while I'm listening to you.
Oh, nice, cool. So I feel like there's another project here.
Worker intake. I don't know if perhaps form in what that that goes into the worker intake. So yeah, the personal.
Because there's a lot of other things that go into HR and personnel. But we're not really doing it. I don't know if it's really a high priority. So this would be the responsibility of personnel / HR. All right, so let's get all this stuff into the list, man. There's so much that needs to go in the list. My God, and all this like rent stuff is super high priority right now. We gotta do the exit house rent budgets. Exit house rent.
Do you have their treasure budget? Okay, you have there. Okay, all right.
So do you want to help get all these projects all organized at the top here?
Yes. How?
Well, we just have to copy and paste them. So umbrella accounting and finance.
Okay, in umbrella accounting and finance. Okay, I'm on it.
What? Well, we want to do all of them.
Oh, it's already there in the umbrella accounting doc.
Again, we want to just get it here where we're working right here in our internal plan. We're going to get all the projects listed here and prioritized. Right at the top.
Sorry, Jay, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you.
Hey, Steve, can we mute you, please? Because we can't hear when you're not talking. Here, I'll just...
Okay, I'm gonna come back onto the call and...
Well, no. We just want to mute you when you're not talking.
Okay, so in the umbrella accounting doc, all the information is already there.
Okay, but that wasn't the question. The question is just to simply we need to get all the projects copied and pasted up to the projects list.
Okay. All right.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Let me just look for the project list. So umbrella accounting first.
I accidentally hung up, but I'm back and I'm on mute.
Okay.
Yeah, that's way better. We can hear much better now.
So the project list is in the full team. Yes, right.
Full team. Again, you're all we're doing is we're focusing on the internal plan. So don't bring up the full team or any other teams or anything. It's just the internal plan for the EXA.
Okay.
And we're on the new organization planning, and we have the list of all of the projects. And so we're going through all of these, and we need to bring all of the projects up into the list. So we're missing them. So we just need to copy and paste them up to the list. You see what I'm doing? Can you see my screen? You just can't see my screen.
Yes, I see your screen.
So did you see what I just did?
Accounting. Yes, I'm on it.
So all we have to do is just copy and paste all of these up to the top.
Sure.
And then we can prioritize them.
Okay. Prioritize. I see it. So accounting, you already there. Accounting.
So finance is the next one. I'm doing it.
Okay, I'm going to do budget.
And I will do treasurer and payroll.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to do general intake and worker intake.
And then we have personnel HR.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, it doesn't say what's a project though. Oh, I just missed the project part. Don't you like the new project symbol? Isn't it great?
Yes.
Okay. So general intake, worker intake. Or maybe this is, yeah, worker intake, sorry. Actually, let's just do general involvement intake. And then get rid of worker intake. I think that makes it clearer and simpler. So general involvement intake. We cover all three of those. Maybe we have worker intake as well as a responsibility. Will not be. All right, cool. And do we make sure that this core team personnel intake is on a top priority as well? We should, I even add that here. Like cool. All right.
Okay.
So now the hard part is to prioritize them. So you practically doubled the number of you know, I mean, there's so many.
Of projects. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
So
I think budget is highest priority because without budget we cannot work. But I don't know. And accounting, I don't know. Oh gosh, this is hard.
I know. I would say this one maybe is like pretty high priority, and only because it only happens once per month, right? So the payroll only happens once a month. So then all of the rest of them, I think, are basically like top priorities. I would say this is top priority, top priority.
Give me just 1 minute. I'll be back.
Okay.
Which key do you work on, Jay? I'm trying to find you and I can't find you.
We're at the very bottom. We're at the very bottom of the internal FQN America's Team client doc for EXA. And I did just send it to you. I can send you another link if you want.
No, I just, you know, you sent me a couple of them and I didn't know which one you were on.
Yeah, it's the.
I know you're on the Atlantic main section or internal FQN. Okay. I'll finish doing the other thing later. Actually, it's like 10 to 6. I'm going to have to go in 10 minutes anyway. And we're having a little dinner at the temple tonight.
Nice.
And the anniversary of my mother's death was last week. So I kind of, money that I really couldn't afford, put it in some spots at the dinner in my mother's memory. So it's when I got to be at.
Wow.
It's 6 years. Last time I saw was Mother's Day 2011.
So your mom passed away 6 years ago?
Yeah.
And you guys are doing a 6-year dinner, or like an annual? It's like an annual dinner.
We celebrate the memory every year.
So it's like an annual.
We say special prayers.
It's like an annual dinner.
And so,
cool.
Right. So they were, there's like for the month, every month there's people that who lost people over that month on the Jewish calendar, not the American calendar, and people who want to, not everybody does, but people who want to, sponsor part of the dinner. They have a dinner every month, and it's my turn. This is my month. I do it with my grandparents' month, and it's only $100 for me to chip in. It's not a big deal. I mean, it is right now because I'm broke, but it's something that I've been planning for. I knew that I had the money put away, so car insurance and insurance on the trailer and gasoline and all that.
I'm back.
Nice. Well, yeah. I mean, we hope we hope the best for you at the dinner. It sounds really important, for sure.
Yeah. Well, you can't forget those who are gone.
Exactly.
All right. So I will let you guys finish this. I will be on tomorrow, and I won't have anybody go, so I'll be able to spend the whole time with you. And I will be on Monday and all the other days, at least for a while, every day.
Cool.
Nelly, good talking to you again. I'm happy to be back. I will, if there's anything, Jay, as I tell you all the time, if there's anything you need me to do with me now and the next time we talk, just call me or email me or text me and tell me what you need done, and I will get it done.
Okay, and then also we want to connect you with the whole rest of the team as well. So in the context of the other thing, we're adding the Atlantic sessions, which are earlier in the day. And I won't be as available, but other people will be. So if you're interested in the Atlantic sessions, which are earlier, just let us know. We'll loop you in for sure.
Just let you know, are they going to be? If they're on the calendar, I'll pop it when I can.
For sure. Yeah, but
I am working. I am working about 5 to 10 hours a week, 3 to 5 hours a week, depending on what's going on. And that's the only way I'm managing to keep my car on the road right now, or I wouldn't even bother, but it's just annoying work. But I got to do what I got to do to keep myself solvent.
Okay, well, just keep us in the loop.
I am back. I will stay in the loop, and like I said, Nelly, my contact information, if it's not there, you can always get it from there. If you're in the middle of doing something, you need some help, and I can help. I have a lot of free time right now, during the day, and especially in the evening. I'm up late every night. I'm up until, because of the time difference between New York and Hong Kong, I'm up relatively late. And I can only talk to her when she has time to talk, so I have a lot of free time. So if there's anything I can help you with, feel free to contact me. All right? Of course, it sounds like you have a lot on your plate also.
Yeah, we'll definitely.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
You know how I work.
Me and Nelly will certainly be in touch.
Worry about money and everything afterwards. All right.
All right, great.
Oh, wait. We don't even want to go about how much back pay, other organizations owe me. We won't even discuss that.
Yeah, and we need to work on your everybody's getting really good at their work reporting and they're tracking their hours and everything. So we need to get you on that, and then you can also get Abdul and other people in the Sonic team to help backtrack all your contributions. So that'll be good too. So let's add that as the list of our priorities.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. All right, I will talk to you all tomorrow. So
okay, take care. Ciao.
Take care. Bye.
Take care. Your brother's gonna have a great time.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. So other tasks that we want to do here, these all relate to personnel support.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna need to backtrack Steve's contributions.
I don't know how to do that.
Abdul knows how to do that, so it should be fine.
But I can do Steve's main dog.
Okay. Yeah, it's not a priority for right the second, but later.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was one other thing for personnel, which was I always forget this stuff. We need to do scheduling. We need this availability scheduling. Availability scheduling. I think this needs to even need, we might even need to add this to the.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
we about now that we're doing client, client planning and billing, we need to create and inputting all the responsibilities into. I'm sorry, we need to do the client planning and billing, and I need to make sure that we schedule the new 3 people for EXA intake. Now that we're talking about intakes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like we can also add that to the list here. So we have.
Yeah, we need to contact them and schedule them.
Intakes. Cool. Good. All right, and then the other one was the availability scheduling, and you might want to add this to the intake form to get people's general availability for the often sessions. So, because that's our budgeting, right? This is the foundation to our budgeting, so it's actually really important. All right, so let's make this all yellow. Make sure it gets into the task list.
Of course, I'm on it.
Awesome. All right, so I mean, there's still a lot here to prioritize, but I think this is pretty good. What do you think?
I think looks really good.
I think we want to separate the secretary role from the documentation support. I think they're really 2 separate projects. So let's look at secretary and documentations here. Yeah, so I think we want to just, this is secretary, right, which is an umbrella project. And then this would be, no. Documentation support. And there's also the Whitney Wiki as well. Nice. Okay, cool. So that looks good, right?
Yes.
And we technically could split up all of these umbrella accounting and the umbrella projects from the principal projects, but I feel that they're all just the top priority, so I'm going to keep them together. And then payroll, I actually split apart. I said payroll is just a pretty high priority. All right, so where are we now? So we got all this done, The general involvement intake is a key project. Personnel HR is a low priority project, but it exists. All right, so does this look good as far as, let's read through the plan again. So begin process of building automated intake system. So this is key. Core team worker intake systems. This should be a key task that we're running behind on. Make this yellow. Oh, I can't do it. Ongoing core team Econaut network intake after onboarding. That needs to be done. Continue drafting onboard intake system. Build more comprehensive list of network and monthly intake. We're working on this. This is good. Ongoing core team. That is good. Proposed automated form-based system. So this is the proposal. So that should be ready to go soon. Ongoing core team done. Launch automated onboard. Okay, cool. So that's all. Looks like it's pretty good. Okay. All right. So accounting, I think that's fine. Budgeting is fine. We got through all those finances. I think it's fine. We got through all that. Treasure is fine. We got through all of that. Legal architecture. This we need to do. So the organization would be the XMO. I'm not sure if legal architecture would be a responsibility or a project. I'm guessing it. No, I think it would be, or it might be an umbrella project or something. I don't even know if it's a project at all. It might just be like a position. It might just be a position. So one thing is we have processes and structure. I can double check that here.
That's for personal, right?
No. It's for legal architecture.
Oh, okay. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, that's one of my roles. That's what pays me. Process and structure. Okay, organizational design. So process and structure is definitely a project. I would say that legal liaisoning is a responsibility. Legal liaisoning. So that needs a project. I mean, I guess you could say the project might be just legal support. Would be the project. So this one, the responsibility would be, there's a couple responsibilities. There is the cyber trust. There's the general MO and network structures. There's decision-making structures. Maybe that's under meeting support. Meeting support, session support. So another thing we need to consider here, so other question marks, is executive support and board support. we need to figure that out. That might be.
That is important. We haven't thought about that. Yes.
Yeah, we need to make sure that that's somewhere in there.
Yes.
I think maybe we just haven't gotten to it yet. I just want to make sure. Okay, so boy. So there's the cyber trust, the general mode, network structures, and decision-making structures, legal support, legal liaisoning, and then there's government compliance. I guess that would be another one here. So this would be
legal compliance.
There might also be cyber jurisdiction. Cyber jurisdiction. This is still proposed, so we don't have that as a responsibility yet. So the legal architecture is really just a position. So we'll just say it's a responsibility. Legal architecture position. Kind of like a base role. This is J. So I think that's it for legal. So it looks like there's two. There's process and structure, and there is legal support. And you guys are going to be blue, and then we want to copy and paste them up to the top. Are you going to take care of that?
Yes. Give me just 1 second.
All right, I'm going to go on to the next one.
Okay.
As we're making progress here, it's very exciting. So we had legal architecture, legal liaisoning. So continuous.
I'll take care of that.
Trust model, like from the exit DAO governance. Okay, so that would be here. This would be exit DAO. And this is actually really important. We've gotta get
this process and structure. Okay, goes up. Process and structure. Go to projects. Okay. And we have legal support. And it's another project. Okay. Okay. We have a lot of projects to take care.
Well, but remember our goal here is to list all the projects, right? Prioritize them, and then go into the budget proposal and start cutting things and finding out what we can actually do and estimate the prices. And like, you know, I mean, we have to create a realistic model here, because right now it's just not realistic.
Okay.
I mean, it's just too much. We can't do. Remember, these aren't even responsibilities. These are just the projects.
I know.
So we're actually budgeting responsibilities, because each responsibility in and of itself is like a huge workload. So we're in the budget. We're actually going to be budgeting responsibilities, but then we're going to pull them into the project so that we can have a reasonable, cost estimate. All right, so let's go on to the next one. Let's just make sure. So legal liaison, form of governance, style, ongoing legal support. Okay, cool. All right, governance compliance, work on international sponsored project options, waiting on jurisdictional decisions. This is really important. Support. Government compliance. Okay. All right. So House Treasurer. Okay, that's look good. Create proposal applicant community network dividend exit and get proposals approved. Open bank account. That looks good. Finalize new rent process and start collecting rent. Okay, that's good. Economic partnership treasurer. So clear. Clear. Cool. Board and executive team support. Here it is. This is it.
Okay.
Okay. So, wait. So we got. Did we get the process and structure and the legal support done? We got that good. All right. So.
Yeah, we have all that in projects already.
All right. So next is so this would be specifically the XMO.
Hmm?
I mean, I think it's an umbrella. I think it's an umbrella project. But I don't know. I mean, so as an umbrella project would be board and executive support, right?
Yes.
And then the sub projects would be board support and executive. But I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just one project and it needs a different name. So there's the secretary role here.
Secretary role, and yes, that is important. Executive. It could be some like virtual assistant, right?
I don't think that's currently part of the. I mean, I guess that's everything that we're doing, right?
Yes.
I mean,
Agenda includes calendar.
Responsibilities. I guess we could just make these responsibilities.
Yeah. We can add general organization. I don't know if that's under support.
I think we have internal operations support. So there's like
Okay.
general internal operations support.
Okay.
All right, well, I think that breaks it down pretty good. So the question would be, maybe the secretary role is actually a responsibility instead of a,
Yes.
let's see if I can find it here. So there's general meeting support. This is general meeting support, documentation support, secretary. So we're calling the secretary a project, but I think it's just a responsibility. So I would just go ahead and cut that entirely and say this is part of documentations, that we separate documentations from the secretary role, and that the secretary role becomes part of.
Okay, a responsibility.
Well, that it's only
Okay.
a responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
But there are two types of secretary roles. So this needs to be blue because it's okay. That's good. So the secretary, this is the Econaut Partnership acting secretary. And then there's also the official. Oh, see, it is a responsibility. I have it here. See? I think that's good.
Yep.
There's also agenda creation, online decision-making coordination.
Just a question. Agenda includes calendar?
No.
No.
Agenda is like our topics.
Okay. Okay, like just the agenda. Okay.
My question here is Economic Partnership Board support. I just don't know if it's really a responsibility though. I mean, there's nothing really specific that I can think of. Maybe these just aren't really. I think these would just be sub responsibilities of here, and possibly even, yeah, I think they're just sub responsibilities to the project itself. They could even be sub projects. So it's really just the official meeting minutes, agenda preparation, and online decision making and coordination. So I think those are like the three. There's just three things there that we do. Cool. All right. So let's go to the next one. So this is ongoing. Other responsibilities, internal operations office hours. So this would go towards internal operations support.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be a responsibility. Oh, I see. So we switched this all up. We said core team project management systems was the only focal point we were going to do for the project management systems. And then this one was just general. It was general, and I think it's a responsibility. And it's internal operations office. They're basically saying this is like a low priority, so we're kind of cutting it out.
Okay, Asana. Yeah, that's definitely a responsibility.
I don't think it's a project. It doesn't sound like a project to me.
No, it's
Okay.
not project.
So
It's responsibility.
EXA, FQN overlap meetings. Ooh, this is super duper important. This actually goes beyond just internal operations support. This goes up here to our highest level, this one right here. So this is basically a responsibility of, like, you know, collaboration. Set up a regularly meeting. So maybe it's just a one-time. Maybe it's just a one-time meeting. Meeting, and then there's also BF. I guess it would be a project, really.
Collaboration.
No, the FQN Community Network DAO.
Oh.
It would be technically a project.
On it.
It's actually an organization. It's actually beyond a project. Well, I guess the project is the organization. You know, there's an organization and a project.
Okay. So that is a project, right?
It's a project and an entity simultaneously.
Okay.
And it's part of our collaboration. So you could actually call our collaboration a project as well. So let's do that. Let's call it, so that would be, so we had an umbrella project. The umbrella project, and it's, you know, FUN, EXA, partnership, and collaboration. And then this would be a sub-project.
Legal support.
We still need to get the executive and board support in there as well.
Yes.
my God, we're so close to being done.
Good.
So what I realized here is that there's really an umbrella. There's overall exit support, and then there's exit client support. And then there's, a broader contextual framework. Like there's the partnership collaboration, which I think is important. And then I think there's another one that's like, this would be like, strategic membership involvement. I don't know how to write it correctly.
Don't worry. Google does.
What?
Google does.
Yeah, but I'm not sure just like what to call it though. Like, what is it? It's like, I don't know if that's the right word. So basically you have the overall EXA support, the general supporting of EXA as a overall, and then we have the client support, which is specifically supporting them as a client because they're paying us, right?
Yes.
Then we have the collaboration. So like we have our whole partnership and collaboration we want to work on together. And the EXA in the DAO that we're building with them, right? Which is part of it. And then we have what I would call like some type of strategic membership,
What is the DAO?
A DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization. It's like a cyber organization.
Okay, all right. Okay, got it.
So this strategic membership involvement is the hardest one I'm trying to grasp on in terms of the terminology.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically like this we're working on them with together. This we're working on for them. And this one is for us. Like if we want to strategically engage the organization as a member, because we are a voting member.
Yes.
Right? Strategic voting member engagement. So we want to engage the whole EXA network to, with our goals and plans, right? So we want to strategize. So strategic goals and planning, so this is all for us. It's like this is what we want to get out of it, this is what they want to get out of it, and this is what we want to do together.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Because we have specific goals ourselves within the network separate from working for them as a client. Like there's a reason why we're working with EXA, right? So in many ways, we have our own planning, our agenda. We have our own agenda, right? And our agenda involves specifically, right? Our overall, project is, new economic infrastructure, right? So we want to engage with our new economic infrastructure components with them and making sure that we're successful. And so there we have a vested interest that it's done well and done in accordance with our needs. Okay, so let's see here. So this would go all at the top, highest priority. Exit client support, obviously that goes at the top. Our partnership and collaboration, I think for now we'll put it at the top, but maybe it doesn't go at the top. I just don't know. We're not going to get paid for it, obviously. Or maybe we do get paid for it. we get paid for it? I don't know. Strategic voting membership engagement. I mean, I think all these are just super duper important because if we don't do them, we will, it's not good. Not good at all. And then we changed this one to overall. So maybe our client support is highest priority. And then maybe everything else is just high priority or top priority. But it's really important to understand that we can't bill for any of this. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is all very, very high priority, super duper important, but we can't bill for it. So all of our billing starts here.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Although we might be able to, with the partnership, we might be able to get funds and investors through that, and then strategic voting membership engagement. This is also important for getting, you know, our budget and stuff. So it does. So this all directly relates to getting paid. So we do. It's just not part of our budget. All right. So how about that, Nelly? We have all the projects laid out. That's
my gosh, that's so amazing because that's what we needed to do.
Well, that's one of the steps that we needed to do. All right, but we're not quite done here. Process and structure, legal support, and board executive support. So these are all still have not been prioritized. So process and structure involves all the legal stuff. So that's pretty high priority. Pretty high priority. Legal support, I would say, is a medium priority. You can't not do it, but I mean, really. It's sort of like in the background, you know? And secretary is no longer a project, right? We got rid of that. It's part of board and executive support. So board and executive support, I would say, is a pretty high priority. Because without that, we would have a lot of problems. So I think these are the things that we're cutting, but we need to.
Yeah, a lot.
Well, not a lot. This is just 3 little things.
Yeah.
But remember, the actual budget's not based on the projects. The budget's based on the responsibilities.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So that's the next step. So now that we have all the projects organized and prioritized, now the next step is to go through. And remember that these priorities, in the end, it's, well, this one's always our top priority, right? That's just a given. But as far as all the client priorities, all of these, that is, you know, open for consideration. Like we want to get input from them to have them tell us whether they think those are the correct priorities.
Yes, we need to do that.
So that's another priority that we want to do. Where would that go? I think it would be part of our client support, right? Planning and prioritizing. So we need to ask our client, or ask EXA operations department for input on prioritizing. Cool. All right. So, do you want to take a break? We're at another, are we at another 2 hours or so, or where are we at now?
Yes, let's take a break and then come back for another 2 hours because I want to take a bite.
Okay, cool. And then what we would do is we go through all of these projects.
Yes.
And we would put them specifically into this budget right here.
Okay.
And we're gonna want to categorize it all. We're gonna categorize it all by priority. And this is gonna be for May, June. Yeah, so we have all the responsibilities, what project it's part of, the priority, all that kind of good jazziness. Okay?
Great.
So we're mainly gonna be working in spreadsheets at this point. And we might
because
have,
I need to work more in a spreadsheets. That's
Nice.
going to be a good training for me.
and another task that might be helpful would be to, double check on, so check on Abdul's progress with the responsibilities spreadsheet.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he did that, that might help us,
Oh, I'm gonna check that.
yeah, be organized. So I don't know if he did it, but I know that he may have gotten started.
Mm-hmm.
Coolio, awesome. But again, these are only responsibilities that we're getting paid for is what's going to go in this sheet because it's just for the budget. It's like all the budgeting responsibilities. Okay, I will talk to you in a little bit.
Okay, great.
Ciao.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.